Hello everybody, it's Monday the 17th and I'm back. Oh yeah, we so back after a weekend of partying. Well, one Christmas lunch / party, which was great. But I'm still tired because I'm old and I don't quite know how my voice is doing. It doesn't sound particularly great, but I hope you guys are having a nice start to the week as well. So there we go. We're gonna pin that, and I just need to check that the stream is indeed open for anyone in the chat. Yes, good. All right, here we are. It's day 17 of NaNoWriMo out of 30, and we're doing well. But as you can see, because of 2 days with almost no writing, we are not far ahead anymore. No, as you can see down here, we're like a day ahead almost only. That is, of course, before we start today. We should get more than 2 days ahead. Now, as I mentioned, I didn't write a whole lot during the weekend. I did do a little tiny bit, both Saturday and Sunday, a little over 100 words. That was like 15 minutes apparently. So that was fun. And yeah, why don't we just get back to it. We'll see how we do. Like I mentioned, I'm feeling tired still. It was a good weekend, but it was tiring. So I'm quite interested to see where we are, how we're doing today. And before we do that, then we do that. And now you can see as well. Let's have a read, shall we? So Vespa and Renaid, her soon-to-be mentor, the spirit inside the Warhammer in the catacombs. They're talking. I don't know if they're rambling, but there's definitely still talking. So Renaid is about to talk about his spirit-bound artery, this ram that was inside the Warhammer that he used in the battle for the Dying Light and is now nowhere to be seen. So let's get in here. Where is your spirit-bound then? Is he dead too? Again, no, Renaid replied. But he is much like me, still in this realm, by other means than his earthly remains. Where? Renaid went silent again. Vespa wasn't sure if he couldn't remember or just didn't want to talk about it. He is here, Renaid finally said. He's a brave and strong ram, but I can feel his struggles, and I was able that's totally wrong. I think we wrote that live. It's supposed to be I am unable. I am unable to help him. But so is the way of things. I just miss him so very dearly. Vespa could understand that. She also missed Afea when she was gone on missions like now, and always wished that she could help her. Vespa decided to not dig any further into where Renaid the Spiritbound was. Your Spiritbound was a ram? She asked instead. Vespa had always loved animals. Is, Renaid's voice gently corrected in her mind. Being something, a ram, a Phaean, a human, a bird, it is not about your earthly vessel. No, it is about your spirit. It is your spirit which decides who and what you are. Wow, so wise. Vesper liked the sound of that. It gave her hope for her dreams. And Arderith was the greatest ram to ever run our forests, Renaith continued. Vesper could almost imagine him, even if she never actually seen this Faen alive in her mind, sitting on a fallen tree in a forest, longingly looking at nothing, while reminiscing a long-lost friend and the time spent together. He is a kind and playful spirit who loves the good things in life, a good meal, the sun's going down on a beautiful day of the summer cycle. Renaith held his paws, and Vesper could feel him smile, a cheeky yet solemn smile. A pretty sheep, he ended. Vesper didn't quite know what to say as the spirit in the Warhammer seemed to anticipate a response. She thought it a little weird and just didn't say anything. You are probably too young to understand. This was me trying to write understand yesterday, after having spent 4 hours sleeping. The spirit in the Warhammer... Oh, understand the spirit in the Warhammer added, before quickly moving on. But he was also the fiercest protector who ever set their foot or hoof, one should say, I guess, in this world, forests or deadlands alike. Where is he now? So I guess she already asked where he is. Actually, didn't remember that. Asked again. She would like to meet him. Oops, this shouldn't be... Oh god, this shouldn't be cursive. Ask again. She would like to meet him too. I wish I could say, but he is still protecting us, everyone. Vesper wasn't quite sure what Renee meant by that either. Let's go with either here. Either. No, I keep messing up. What's supposed to be cursive and what isn't? What was his name? Arderith. A strong name for a strong spirit bound. A small pause followed as Vesper thought about what to say next. You have funny names, it suddenly blurted out of her mouth. Okay. Oh my god. And will you look at that? I completely forgot to end yesterday. I was so tired yesterday. I completely forgot to end in the middle of a word. So now we have to start from scratch, basically. There's no easy new way into a new word. Yeah. But oh well, I think we can do it. So I do feel I'm a little bit... I keep repeating myself a little bit here, and it's mostly because, well, I never had a lot of time to write anything this weekend, so I quite sort of forgot where we were when we ended the live stream this on Friday. So I'm pretty sure he already spoke about what her name was. Let's see. It's been for so long. So down here, Reinaid introduces himself. Reinaid Totaran. And here Vespa says her name. So yeah, you have funny names. Maybe we should have a little maybe we should have a little, how to say it? I need to get my brain to work again. Maybe we should have a little. So like, Renaid here will say that this is Feyen names, and then he explains what Feyen names, like how what they're called, right? Sarah Norval, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Finally made it to the stream. You're doing so far along now. You're so far along now. 30k is great. Yes, thank you. It is really great. I'm very happy about it. But it was definitely good that I was 4 days ahead of schedule. I hope you're doing well too in your NaNoWriMo. Right now I'm on the recovery side of a weekend of great fun. But yeah, I think I want Rena to quickly glance over what the names of the faithful are, because then we can talk about. I need this conversation to transition into the fact that Vespa is going to, how would one say it? She's going to gather courage to take matters into her own hand, right? So she's going to confront the son of the evening, who she believes is the bad guy, one of them. Yeah. Blurted out of her mouth. You find Fey names funny, interesting, I guess you can say. Oh, no funny. There we go. Interesting. There we go. Rena, it was thoughtful. Sounded thoughtful in her mind. Sounded thoughtful. Thoughtful in her mind. Yes, and he's going to keep harping on about, like, he's not really accepting that she doesn't think she's a Fae. She's a Fae folk. And then he interrupts her when she's trying to correct him, right? F-A-N. Who thinks our names to be there's a little bit of repetitiveness here, and again, I do apologize if I sound and act tired, because I am. But we'll see, we'll manage to get through it, I'm sure. Fanner thinks our names to be funny. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. Quickly apologize. Quickly try to apologize. Try to apologize. And I'm not a And then she gets interrupted again. Hello, Jamie. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone's favorite bike coming along Thomas. Well, it's a scooter, all right. So it's not really a bike. So, joke's on you. And she is coming along just fine. As you can see here, I had a great productive weekend of just over 100 words, both Saturday and Sunday, so it is all good. I noticed no progress in our tracker and thought, uh-oh. Well, to be fair, I was planning on not doing anything. I completely forgot to update the tracker, but 100 words, not really a big thing. But I am still ahead with 1 day ahead of schedule before today. So, it is all good. Technically, the days are trying to catch up to me. So, and there's no competitiveness in our tracking at all. I don't know. Maybe I'll say I've never thought about it. I've never. I've never thought. Oh my god. Thought. That's a U and an O, and everyone can see that. And I will not have anyone else thinks otherwise. I never thought about it. We got our names. From my parents. After the elder druid. The elder druid completed our ritual of binding. Completed our ritual binding. Oops. And they saw what animal had chosen to be my spirit bound. What animal had revealed itself. to be my spirit bound. Spirit bound. That was wrong. Well, good news. We're soon done with page 85. If I can just spell correctly, that would be so nice. Let's go. Let's go indeed, Jamie. Thank you for your support. Then they decided my name based based on other these qualities. My name. How do you say that? Like, no, it's not the qualities of a ram, right? But it's the symbolism. But would you use, if you explain these type of things, would you use the word symbolism? I feel like that's used for something that's like someone explaining a concept to another, if that makes sense. Let's have a quick look at the thesaurus. One looks at the thesaurus. Symbolize. Represent. Signify. Represent is not bad. Embody. Personify. Let's go with that. Yeah, like Jamie. Yeah, that was exactly what I was trying to convey. I think Jamie. The first person would be like, my name means this. Symbolizes feels quite academic, unless that's what she is. Yeah, she's not. Well, he's not academic. The voice inside her head is not academic, but he's also talking about what the animal represents, what qualities the animal represents or symbolizes. So like a ram in Celtic culture, Celtic religion, symbolized warriors, for example. So that's why the animal here they're talking about is a ram, and that's why Renaith's name means warrior spirit. Where is Renaith? There it is. So yeah, that's a bit... Maybe I shouldn't dwell on it. We can fix it in post. But it is probably like meaning, representing, more than symbolizing, I would say as well. Maybe just from the qualities of a ram. From the qualities. A ram like Ardarith represents and what they would like me to do in life, and what they would like, they wished for me to do in life. Whoops. Indicates. Hello Suraj, welcome back to the stream. Indicates could I don't quite feel like it's indicates. That's also quite academic to use the same words as Jamie just did. Oh, okay, you removed the message. What was that? What's that letter? There we go. Fixed it. Now it's wished. Ardarith. Chose his own name. Chose his own name. From possibilities that my parents came up with. From possibilities. How do you spell possibilities? Possibilities. It was with two S's. Good thing I looked it up. Possibility. And it just was supposed to be possibility, yes. So we'll just fix it like that, and it's beautiful. That my parents gave him. And then Vespa can ask, like, how does the animal choose his own name? How does an animal Vespa was mostly intrigued by that aspect of what the spirit in the Warhammer said. The Warhammer. He simply didn't respond to anything else. Simply didn't respond to anything I guess to any other name they gave him. To any other name. That they gave him. Vespa could clearly see the smile in her mind. Could clearly see the smile in her mind. That, I believe, was page 85, because that's what it says right there. So we move on to page 86. God dang, we're so close to page 100. It's wild. Yoink, 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 yoink. So I think she should like worry about, not really worry, but she should be like relieved that Lemon seemed to respond to Lemon right, because that must mean that it's the right name then that she has given him. "85 pages indeed, Sarah and all. Let's go." Vespa attempted, she tried looking at the sleeping bird on her head. The sleeping little ball of feathers. Little ball of yellow feathers. Yellow feathers on her head. She couldn't help but to give a smile. A smile of relief. A smile. I'm not so sure on give, but we'll word that. I will fix it in post. Thinking about what Reina had just said. Lemon seemed to respond. To his name. So that had to mend, so that had to mend, had to mean, had to mend, had to mean, had to mean that he liked it. She thought. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to be totally super explicit about it. About the meaning of the names. I guess Vespero meaning evening could be pretty, but like Reina is the contraction of two words, right? Meaning warrior and spirit. So let's just find it here. And then we go over here and here, Renaid and Arterith. So it's Reva and Anaid. But I don't know, I don't think I want to be too explicit that it's those two words, just that Renaith means warrior spirit. And maybe I'll also like, because I have... He wasn't always a warrior, but he was like an elder druid. Oh, not an elder druid, but a druid. Who was the child of a warrior and a druid. But it wasn't until like the big threat came about, this lingering evil, that is sort of in the background of this book. It wasn't until that came about that he basically went the warrior path in order to defend his home and the people he loved. So I guess he could say something like, it means warrior spirit, which came true in the end or something. That's probably the way to do it, the way to go. Did we say what that Vespero meant evening when she introduced herself? Oh, this is way further back. I've been kind of fading. Vesper, I see what is Hyachavita. The Hyachavita. Teachings. Change a little with the humans and the religion. There's me here missing. Found me. Babe, no. Yeah. Maybe it's like so. So what did your parents wish for your life? Wish for you? Vesper asked about the other thing. I mean, we could use referring, but again, is it too... Is it too, like... Is it too much of a adult language? I'm about to say, like, this is supposed to be a kid's book, like tween and young adult. The other thing Reina either mentioned. Let's just go with the spirit. The spirit mentioned. Oh, my name. Oh. My name. Renaid. Means warrior spirit. Warriors. Spirit. Which I guess came true in the end. Which I guess came true. In the end. So yeah, that's like Hey, El Cuervo was in the chat. Welcome, dude. What's up, guys? How's everything going? It's going quite well, El Cuervo. We just... Oh my god. Well, we just got to page 85, handwritten pages. And as you can see, we're at 30,780 words out of 50,000 after or before today. So we are like 1 day, 1.5 days ahead before we started. So that's all very great, very good. I hope things are going well with you as well. And it's very, very nice and very good to see you in the live stream. So I was gonna go in here, and we were gonna go to meeting the mentor. Okay, so yeah, we have the catacombs and light. We have the faithful pretty much being introduced, especially here with the naming. The weapon is introduced somewhat, but I don't think it's really super necessary. Like we can easily have that as like an extra thing in some of the other chapters. The Guerrero says, fantastic. I must say I'm almost finished. I just kind of have to think what to finish with. Wow, well done, dude. Man, you've been really cracking down. 17 days in and you're almost done. That is amazing. That's amazing to hear. Are you happy with what you've written? If I may be so bold and ask. I know it's not what it's about, but you know, it's good to be happy about what you're doing. Is the faith focus bear about an lemon, the religion of realm trees, doing what must be done when no one else wants to listen. Yeah, because so I think I mentioned it in some of the other live streams last week. I want to have the next couple of chapters be like this. Something happens and then we change scene in the same chapter. I think that's the way I'm going to go here, and that might be something that I'm going to fix afterwards, but so it'll be like something happens. She tries to confront the Son of the Evening, or she tries to warn people, and then we change scene in the same chapter to like a training session with Renee down in the catacombs, and then the next part she tries to convince some other people, and in the same chapter we have another scene with another training. So like we get this montage way during the next couple of chapters. That's sort of the way I want to go, at least. I don't know if it works, but maybe. Equero says, I haven't had so much fun writing in years in these last 2 weeks. Oh, that is amazing to hear. And honestly, I feel very much the same. The motivation that this challenge has done has just been amazing. Like, I kind of can't believe that 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago, the most I had written was 3 pages in 1 day. And it was usually 1 page a day, 1 or 2 pages, right? At least, like also like we did in a live stream. Of course, there's lots of background stuff and all that, but... And now suddenly, most of the days here, I've spent 4, 5, 6 hours a day. And I just had a lot of fun with it, and it just worked. And it shows, like, I can't believe we're almost written twice as much. I think we have written twice as much now in 17 days than what I'd ever done in a single short story, which took 2 months to finish, right? It's been great. I'm still not done, but it's been really, it's so good to hear that, El Cuervo, that you found a lot of fun with it as well. You also had a really interesting idea, the whole anthology work about the same event. I thought that was pretty cool. I guess the Rena here should also be in quotation marks. So yeah, like I said, I was just thinking about how I'm going to how we're going to transition from this conversation and into the you need to do what you know is right conversation that then leads to the next chapter. I guess she's wowed by it, you know? Wow. Vespa thought a name like that sounded amazing. A name like that. Sounded amazing. I kind of wish, that I had a name that meant warrior. That meant something like that. I had a name like that. Budding Crusoe, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Hello, brother. Are you a pantser or an outliner? I am quite much an outliner. At least for this. No, I'm an outliner. I'm an outliner, 100%. If you had been here on my channel during September and October, this is not a dig at you, by the way, but if you would have, you had seen me outlining the story, and it was quite meticulous. I feel like it's not like I'm not changing stuff up on the go, but oops, that was not the right one. I have this synopsis document for the book, which is like, there's some key story beats that I feel like I want to go through, and then we did the hero's journey, which is a story structure template to make a good story, and I went through all 12 of those sections, and I've taken those 12 sections and put them into a chapters overview sheet that I haven't quite filled out yet. As you can see, what I have filled, I'm still needing like the last 6 sections to be filled out. But so this is definitely proof, I think, that I am very much an outliner. I am what is called meeting the mentor in the hero's journey right now. I don't know if I think I'm maybe a little bit before halfway with the story. So, like I said, it's just a template. It's just a guideline. But I am very much an outliner. But I will say that I do keep thinking up new stuff as I go along. So, and things change. Characters change, or stuff is added to characters. So, a little bit of both maybe, but mostly an outliner. I like to have like a fairly solid idea of what I'm about to write, and that I know I'm headed towards what I think myself is a good ending, right? Yeah, I don't think I could quite do like what Stephen King, for example, does, which is starting up with some characters and then just going from there. And then after 4 months, he has an entire book done. Done. Not just first draft, like done. Right, I kind of wish that I name them in something like that. What about Arterit? She thought that might mean something similar with Warrior. She thought, wow, I'm going to write that, and that in 3 separate lines right below each other. That's weird. What on earth? How did that happen? That's a strange coincidence. 0, 1, 2, 5. 3 times that. 3 lines. Oh, you can see those. It's just my short form video potential stream highlight. Thought it was funny. the two names. Mean something similar, given how close they were, given how they both ended. How they both ended. I don't know, maybe sounded. Maybe a better word, but and that's horn spirit. I think let me just make sure that it is Adarith horn spirit. Maybe it's horn spirit. Let's write that. I also think I might need to have him say like, you can call me Ren. So I don't have to say. So it's like Vesper and Ren, that's two really easy words to read and fast. Instead of Vesperu and Reinaid. And his horns were indeed glorious, and his horns were indeed magnificent enough for that name. Magnificent enough to carry that name. Something that I didn't, I don't think I've explained yet is like Vesper asking how they ended up down here, or how he ended up down here. Okay, that's I'm not quite sure that if I'm not because like I want to finish this chapter rather soon. It has been 20 pages already, But you know, it's not, if it's quality pages, but I'm not sure it is, then it's all right. But I'm a little scared that I just keep rambling and that this is not very interesting chapter. But of course, it's something we can fix in post. And right now, it's just about getting the words down. Also, this should all been cursive. Why was it not cursive? Spirit. Yeah. Magnificent enough to carry that name. Oof, I really feel like my brain is just not working today. Sarah said, exactly, editing is for later. I struggle with that too a lot. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's good to know that I'm not the only one who struggles with that. But it is like, also because, you know, I'm sure you have that as well. Like, you want the first draft to be as good as possible, right? Because you have some pride in what you write. I definitely feel that. And so, like, right now, I'm so much thinking about how I should transition into the conversation that transitions into the next chapter. That I'm sort of, you know, quite a lot behind pace right now. That's what I wanted to say. For our usual pace, at least. Not really behind, but you know. I guess Vespa should just explain what her... what her name means, which is evening in the blessed language. And his horns were indeed magnificent enough to carry that name. Okay, what if Renate hears, like, he keeps talking about his spirit-bound Adarith, and like, oh, you should have seen him. You should have seen him when we fought together against the darkness, against the shadows. What shadows? And then he doesn't say anything because he, like, you know, he keeps secrets. That's not, both because that's not something that is relevant to this book. It's going to be relevant for the third book, but also because, you know, as a protector of a lingering evil jailer type of thing, you don't just blurt out what you're doing, right? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So let's go with that. You should have seen him when we fought together. When we fought no weapon was a match for his horns. No weapon. No weapon of steel or shadow. So he's like sort of revealing a little bit too much here. Steel or shadows. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just, can you please write goodly? Could match his horns. Could match his horns. That's an R, not a P. Everyone knows that. Everyone can see that. In battle. And then this is also like his horns in battle. This is both before the spirit-bound Adarith was a ram, and after his spirit was transferred into the hammerhead, which also had horns on it, right? So it's a bit of a double meaning for that. Battle. Is that why? Is that Oh. You ended up in a hammer. In this hammer. Whisper asked. I don't know if this is 2 on the nose, 2 on the nose. The voice in her mind went quiet, went quiet. What's the weapon of shadows? A weapon. She continued. Still no response. Vesper found it a little odd. It's a little odd. Since she could feel him being there, could feel him being there still, being there. Being there now, I don't know. Word, question mark. then he's just gonna change the subject completely. Also, this is supposed to just went is with W, not single U. Single V. W. Vent. Went quiet. It didn't vent. No. Is there another word for... I'm just looking for a word for still. I know it's weird to get hung up on that, but... Uttering no sound. No, it's not like that. A period of calm silence will come down without motion. I guess it's without motion? No, not really. Oh, this is kind of cool. Stuck, resting, idle. So it like highlights. Oh my god, this is so much better. Such a better thesaurus than thesaurus.com. It just adds everywhere, even though that's probably prettier. Okay. What about your name? What about your name? Vespero. Was it Vespero? Was it? Renee finally asked. Renee finally asked. Fine. No, it's not supposed to be cursive. God damn it. It's so hard to change back and forth for some reason. Finally asked. Not cursive. Not cursive. It means evening in the blessed language. She told. Even though even though she found the blessed language boring, she had attended so many prayers, and that she knew about it. Oh, sorry. Which I'm not, now that I say it out loud, I'm not quite sure if it makes a whole lot of sense, but whatever. I'm still going to write it. Well, we could also say that she didn't have any formal training, but that doesn't make sense either. Not really. Even though she had always found learning the blessed language boring. Language boring. Especially because Neil's adventures. Especially because Neil wasn't written. With that. No, this mostly to not write language twice. Words. Vesper had attended enough enough teachings. And lectures. Teachings, lectures, and other chores for the temple. That she already had quite the vocabulary, that she already had quite the vocabulary. Does she add anything else? Cold tea. Love it. I don't know if she does. She says Afaya. Says she called me that. She named me. Because it was a stormy evening. It was a stormy evening. When she found me. When she found me. Boink. But I like with Vespa better. But I like Vespa better. Yeah, in my mind, in my head, it's a bit like I want the conversation to go like Reina says I like your name. Vespa says I would much rather be called warrior like you, and then maybe yeah, and then maybe something like he suggests that she could earn a new name or something. How do I do that? Well, warriors are mighty. They stand up for what they think is right. They don't rely on others to defend themselves or something. And then she's like, oh, I know something I can do. Yeah, because they haven't even discussed yeah, so we would get this doing what must be done yourself when no one else wants to listen. They haven't even discussed the whole thing about Vespa having heard bad guys talking, right? And maybe it's all right that they haven't discussed that here. Because we are going to, one way or the other, we're going to go back to the catacombs multiple times over the rest of the book for different reasons. And I do feel like yeah, we need to start the other chapter, the next chapter soon, chapter 8, because there's going to be action in that chapter. This chapter has been very much tension. I hope. I intended that at least. You know, with the darkness and the catacombs and oh, is someone there, is someone not there? And then there's a lot of exposition with the spirit. And I'm a little worried that it's just too much exposition. But oh well, if it is. Look at how close we are to the end of page 86. That's great. I think one should be proud of the name. I think that one should be proud of the name. Proud of their given name. Reina argued and Vespero does sound lovely. What the hell is that? Lovely. To me. To me. But I don't want it. Vespa didn't want to be lovely though. To be lovely though. She wanted it to be strong. And to become a paladin like his sister. And to become a paladin like her sister. And lovely wasn't the way to do that. And lovely wasn't the way to do that. But I want a strong name. That means warrior too. Maybe this could also be like a little bit because of his size, right? Because of his small size, and that strong enemy warrior 2. Then people will take me seriously. Ooh. Oh my god. Did we just crack the code? Did we just crack the code to the transition then people will take me seriously? Then people will take me seriously. Now we can even go through the like we can even mention the thing that happened with the bad guys. I sense some anger, not anger, but irritation, but not irritation. Anger. Intense dislike. I sense some bitterness. Bitter. In your voice. Vespa had not intended for feelings about how Afaya had dismissed her. Hey, will you look at that? That was page 86. We're going to page 87. And that means we're just like a little over. Oh my god, you can see that. Damn it! A little over 1 page away from day 19. It's right here. Yoink. About how Afaya had dismissed her. Dismissed what she had seen as fantasy. She had seen as fantasy. She's gonna say, I... ... It was just something... Vesper didn't quite know how to explain herself. Didn't quite know how to explain herself. To the spirit in the Warhammer. To the spirit in the Warhammer. If her own older sister wouldn't believe her, if her own older sister wouldn't believe her, then why or how and then how could he? Yeah, that's all right. It's just not easy being me. It's just not always easy being me. Maybe not just how so? The spirit sounded genuinely concerned, even though they had just met, even though they had just met. They had only just met. People sometimes don't believe me. Sometimes don't believe me. when I tell them something. Vespa left out. Left out the fact that she oftentimes got distracted with her fantasies. Got distracted. With her fantasies. Of monsters. And heroism. She didn't think he needed to hear that. She didn't think he needed to hear that. And I saw something really bad. And I saw something really, really bad. And not even my older sister believed me. Then maybe he'll say, like, I know what you feel. I think I know how you feel. I think that I know how you feel. Renee reassured. Reassure. Comforted? No, not really comforted. Confirmed. Affirmed. Yeah, maybe affirmed. Acknowledged is probably a better word, yeah. Renee, acknowledge. No, Liquid Hour is in the chat and the live stream. Hello, dude. Hello, just dropped by to say hi. Great stuff, dude. Well, hello and hi to you too. Good to see you here. I hope things are going well. Nourished. Oh. When I was walking, I first walked out of our forests. My forests, no, my my allies judged me. By my size. And not my capabilities. And not the fact and not for what I was capable of. I was capable. Nor the fact that I had come come to defend everyone from evil, everyone from the evil that had erupted, I'm not sure the erupted word. Yeah. I think we can say like Vespa noticed it. Vespa noticed. The mention of evil and battle again. Of evil and battle. Battle again. Check. I don't think we just necessarily mentioned evil and battle, but I think that needs to be rephrased probably. But right now she was more interested. But right now she was more interested in she was more interested in something other than other things. If Reina had an idea to make people believe her. She hadn't really thought about the problem. She hadn't really thought about her problem. And the fact, that Baldric Grand Protector Baldric, I think it was his name, Protector, was in danger, was in grave danger. If she didn't get someone to believe her. Believe her. How did you get people to stop making fun of you? I mean, I guess he didn't actually say that's what he didn't actually say that. He didn't actually say that they made fun of him. people to start believing in you. I don't know about this sentence. This probably needs a rephrase. Re naive. Didn't say anything again. Didn't say anything for a little while. For a little while. But Vesper could feel him thinking. Vesper could feel him thinking. Well, he finally said, it helped when Dair let me write him. People tend to respect it. People tend to respect great big rams. who have the ability to knock them out. Out with the headbutt. Headbutt. The headbutt, he joked. Look at how close we are to the end of page 87. I bet it helped when your name is Warrior. Question is, should we? I don't think we should explicitly mention here, at least, that Reina Eve is, or to Reina Eve, what Vespa has seen. Maybe we can. Maybe we can incorporate that later. That could probably work. I bet it helps when your name already means warrior. Vespa powdered a little more than then she woo she would have liked, but actually we're going to have a little break here. Yep, that's right. It is
Artisacks noticed how the old
so yeah, part 5 out of 5 of Danger. So you guys are getting the end of my short story Danger. That of course can be read on my webpage, and you can listen to it right now on YouTube if you wanted to. I'll be back at 9:45, gonna get something to eat, and yeah, see you then.
Parthisax noticed how the old woman paused to close her eyes and take a deep breath. He had heard of this blessed crusade, but he had calculated the dates to be much before he was even hatched. The old woman, however, acted as if she was reliving terrible memories all over again. From their seat in Havenbring, the 5 entablatures may have succeeded in banning all use of the elements to the public eyes, but there are still some faithful practitioners left, however small our groups may be, and we help whoever we can, guiding the lost and weakened, all the while seeing to it that neither the ash nor the flood will come to pass. Parthisax's confusion still hadn't quite settled over this new knowledge, but he could see the look of pride and burden in the old woman's red and blue eyes. Seek them out. My followers can provide shelter for the 2 of you and help our little flower on how to control her newfound powers. Now it was Parthisax's turn to be prideful. I can teach her the flight of the flames better than any of your kind. And if she shows an inclination for the winds, I will teach her to control those as well. I'm sure you can, the old woman humored him. And what are the waters? You've seen how our little flowers is quite capable with that element as well. Can you teach her to control that also? Parthisax didn't answer the question, since he didn't have an answer to give. The equilibrium tells us that fire and water are the 2 most powerful elements in this world, the old woman went on, hardly noticing the dragon's now slightly bruised pride. She must be taught the balance between the 2, and I can think of no one better to do so than my people. You're not coming with us? The little girl asked with a frown. Oh, I'm afraid not, little flower. I must stay at my temple, helping others like you whenever I can. I understand. And where might we find your people? They are safely hiding in a hidden cave near Lake Forthard, a cave that can't be found except by those who already know where it is. And is this Lake Forthard far away? I thought you said it would be close by. I'm sorry. You know it as Lake Ashencross and not by its olden name. Parthisax had indeed never heard of the lake being called Forthard, nor had any map referred to it by that name. But Lake Ashencross was close by, and that was good news. It meant that they didn't have to travel too far from the start of the journey. And how will we find this cave if it is hidden? He asked, dismissing the name of the lake as it wasn't of immediate importance. Oh, don't you worry about that. You won't even come near the place. That almost sounds like a threat, Parthisax interjected with a hint of mistrust. This was another new tone of voice coming from the old woman. When you live a life of persecution, you have to take precautions. I'm sure that you know about that. How does she know? That single sentence almost sent Parthisax into a spiral. The last dragon fight was so far away and so long ago. How could she know about that? Maybe the old woman knows about the history between us and the elves. But that was much, much longer ago, and she would have to be one of very few humans to potentially have that knowledge around these parts. The chances of that should be exceedingly low. Maybe she's simply referring to the humans and other species hunting realm dragons for the trophy. Yes, that must be it. Before Parthisax could finish his thoughts and inquire the old woman about her knowledge, she continued as if it was nothing. Follow the lake's western coast. When you get near enough to the cave, my people will apprehend both of you. But don't worry, they won't harm or rob you, or worse, if you prove to them that I sent you. And what proof might that be to convince your people of our alliance? Parthisax had an amazing ability to focus up when he felt a thought spiral not going anywhere. The old woman pulled out a beautiful purple water lily from a pocket in a grey temple robe. The pocket was clearly much deeper and bigger than it looked from the outside. The flower that appeared from it was complete with large round leaves, long stem, and the roots itself. Come to think of it, Parthisax had never seen a temple robe with pockets before. And did the old woman always carry one of her precious water lilies with her? The old woman proceeded to snap off most of the flower, leaving only the blooming petals and a small piece of stem. She put the rest back into the deceptively deep pocket. Placing the beautiful purple flower in the palm of her left hand, the old woman gently placed the right one on top. You could see the heat rising in tandem with the orange glow that emanated from between the old woman's fingers as she firmly pressed her hands together. When she opened them again, a perfectly dry water lily was presented. "There," the old woman said to the unlikely pair. "Show them this, and my kin will know that I sent you." Parthisax gulped a lump in his throat at the uttering of the word kin. "And how do we know that we can actually trust you?" the dragon asked while suppressing the sensation. "Oh, haha, but I think you already do trust me," the old woman replied as she gave the little girl the dried flower. "You hold on to this, little flower. We don't want fire blossoms to accidentally burn it, do we?" A little wink followed the last remark. "Why do you think I already trust you?" "Because, as much as you think you know us, I know of your kind as well. And if you didn't trust me in a situation like this, one of us wouldn't still be here. But it is indeed time to leave, for both the two of you and for me. There are only so many water lilies that one can tend to at night, especially with half of them now lying on the temple square. Besides, the templars can arrive at Ashen Cross at any time tomorrow, and there's no reason to feed their natural distrust." The old woman got up and walked towards the door. She stopped and turned around before going through. "Yes?" "Take good care of our little flower. She'll need plenty of guidance, and while I know you'll be up for it, please be gentle. She's special, but delicate." The old woman gave the little girl one of her warm smiles. "I know how special she is," Parthisax replied, clearly noticing the bond that had already formed between the two humans. "But fragile? I am not sure." "Good, haha, that is good. Now, do you think you're ready?" the old woman asked the little girl with a gleeful question that was somehow also somber. "I am," the little girl answered without any hesitation this time around. "Oh, haha, then it is indeed time for me to leave, haha." The old woman turned back to Parthisax. "Best of luck on your journey, and thank you for what you did today. You saved a precious life, and maybe even many more, and that debt is rarely ever repaid." Parthisax was a little stunned by the sincerity in the old woman's eyes, as the dark of the night shone in them, only snapping out of it when she bit into her apple. "There will be no mention of it, and there will be no debt," he answered. "I did not do it for my own gain." "Even more so, then, whether you like it or not, haha." The old woman sent both of them warm smiles. She lingered on the little girl, like she was stalling for time and didn't want to leave. "May your equilibrium remain, both of you," she said, and finally broke the silence. Parthisax turned and crouched for the little girl. "Are you sure that you are ready?" "I am ready," the little girl replied, once again filled with determination. "I really am." "Good. Then say farewell, and we will be on our way." Parthisax turned back to the doorway. "I would suggest that you follow the river, but be careful as it can be difficult to maneuver at this time of..." The dragon stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. Suddenly the old woman was nowhere to be found. Only some puddles of water shining in the light from the cottage were left where the old woman had been standing. Strange, Parthisax thought, as the only water that had poured that day came from the explosion, and he would have thought those puddles to be gone by now. The suns had slowly started to rise as the pair closed in on Lake Ashencross in silence. "Are you tired?" Parthisax asked the little girl. No answer came. As he looked to her, the little girl was still staring intensely at the dried water lily she was clutching ever so gently. If Parthisax were to guess, it looked as if the little girl was in deep thought, and probably also afraid, which was understandable. "You remind me of an old student of mine," the dragon continued in an attempt to break the silence that was slowly crawling back. "She was also a little bit afraid, and felt that she was in the wrong place in the world. In fact, she..." "Are you a monster?" the little girl suddenly interrupted. So there it is, Parthisax thought. He couldn't help but smile a little. "No, I am afraid not," he replied to the little girl's inquiring face. "I am a dragon." The little girl thought about that answer for a couple of seconds. "I don't believe that," she finally countered. "And why is that?" "Because dragons in the stories are big and scary and bad, and can fly with big wings and can breathe fire." "You are thinking of worms. I am a drake, but we are both dragons. And Worm spew fire actually, not breathe it. Can you breathe fire? Partisax frowned a bit since the little girl didn't take his correction to heart. No, but I can control and wield the element, and I will learn you to do the same. I will learn to breathe fire? The little girl asked with astonishment and excitement painted in her white eyes. I am afraid not, Partisax chuckled, happy to hear the little girl's spirit rise with the sun's. Well, maybe, if you work hard and listen to what I tell you. There was no reason to tell the little girl what she could and could not do, at least for the moment. The little girl didn't look down at the flower in her hands anymore as they walked. Instead, she was in deep thought, with wide open eyes after what she had just learned. Do you like stories about dragons? Partisax asked. The little girl looked at him and nodded. Good. I have a whole book full of great stories that I think you will enjoy then. Are they about dragons like you? They are, some of them. And others are about worms, and some are not. Some are even about dragons like you. Like me? The little girl said with a curious expression, looking down at herself. But I'm not a dragon. No, but you look a little like one, Partisax studyingly said. You know, this book was my favorite student's favorite one to read, even though she was not meant to. Will you be my friend? The little girl abruptly asked. Like Nana? And who is Nana? Partisax inquired. Nana is the nice old lady with eyes like mine. She gave us this. The little girl showed Partisax the dried purple water lily, as if he had somehow already forgotten about it. Nana? Partisax suddenly realized that he had never asked the old woman for her name. He also thought about how he should tell the little girl about the change of colors in her eyes. And then another realization popped into the dragon's head. He didn't know the little girl's name either, nor did she know his. Yes, I think I will, Partisax said to answer the little girl's question, while considering the old woman's, Nana's, parting words. And I believe that friends know each other's names, do they not? I, Partisax of Topaz, would be your friend. Pa. Even though the little girl struggled to say the dragon's name, her face lit up so much that one would think the suns need not to rise. Partisax, that is my name. And what is yours?
Oh, and we back. I hope you enjoyed that excerpt from Danger. And like I said, like I mentioned, you can find it on ForgottenSongsFantasy.com if you want to read it yourself, which I think you totally should. Or you can check it out on YouTube, where I read it. And as you can hopefully hear, it is less fast-paced read than Calamity is. Okay, let me just have a few more bites of my leftover pizza. And then we can move on. Now, where were we? So we just basically found a way that we could transition, you know, the thing that I sought for so long. And it was that Vespa directly asked, or directly said, that people will take her seriously, right? But then she's pouting a little bit, but it helps to be taken seriously when your name is already something with warrior. Vespa pouted a little more than she would have liked. But she couldn't help it. The direness of the situation. Was getting her down. As she thought about it. Getting her down as she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the more she thought about it. The more she thought about it. Yeah, I want Renee to say something like being a warrior means that you have to sometimes do things you don't want to, even though you know it's right. I think I want him to say that. Being a warrior is more than a name, though. Than a name, though. Renaid. Tried to explain. It is actually maybe we should have Vespa ask what he means. I definitely. Wasn't a warrior. For most of my life. For most of my life. And it took Ardarith. for me to see that. What do you mean? What do you mean? Damn, it's getting really cold outside, by the way, here in Denmark. And my apartment is not very well isolated, so it's gonna be a fun winter. What do you mean? When evil came, for the roots of our realm tree, for the roots of our realm tree, and our forests, I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted nothing to do with it. Should probably have some sort of backstory here, which I haven't managed to do yet. Backstory, some dramatic backstory, like because he wasn't able to, he didn't want part of it, then someone he loved, a friend, a woman, like died. And even though Ardari was adamant that we should do something. It took a terrible thing. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that he was almost forced into this role. Like there was a consequence to his action, right? When he was threatened, or his life was threatened, and he didn't do anything about it, something terrible happened, and then he like, okay, maybe I should do something about it. It took a terrible thing. Thing to happen. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Before I woke up, that was page 87, so we move along to page 88. And that's where day 19 is at. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are 2 days ahead again. Once again. 88, well, not just yet, but you know. And what was that? That was like, we started here, that was like two and a half pages. Yeah, 2.5 pages. We're not quite on pace. We're actually quite a lot behind, but we of course did have our dinner break, so that is to be expected. I do want to write 5 pages at least today before we end the stream. Before I woke up and did something, and did what I had to do. Vesper almost couldn't hear. Hear what he said in her mind, what he said in her mind. Is there a way we could rephrase this word? New word. That would be really nice if we could. What he said in her mind. Almost couldn't hear. But she could sense the sadness. Reina continue though. Continued. Continue it. Though before she could say anything, she was able to say or ask something or ask something. I don't think this needs to be here. Words. Being a warrior. Oh, Suraj is here. Hello, Suraj. Welcome back to the chat. Where are you planning to get it published? Would love to get a copy. Oh, you're being very, very kind. But it is also way ahead in the future. First of all, I of course don't know if what I write here is actually good enough to be published. My plan is, as I edit and work through the book, I will publish at least online. I will put it up online on my own webpage and YouTube for some audiobooks for free. And then I'll probably contact different publishers and see if anyone is interested in any of them. So I have no idea, but it is very, very kind that you would ask that. That's very sweet, thank you. But I will let you know if anything is ever going to happen, right? Don't worry, because that will be one of my happiest days ever if I were to get a publishing deal. But of course, we still need to finish this. We need to edit, we need to revise multiple times probably, in order to have something that can be, have a manuscript that can be sent to a publisher. This is my very, very first book though. So, you know, I don't have a relationship with any publisher. I don't have any idea how you would go about doing stuff like that. I don't really know how much goes into the work after the book is being done. So it's all part of the journey and I'm excited to find out. But don't worry, I will definitely let everyone in the whole world know if/when that's going to happen. Being a warrior. Being a warrior. Is so much more than just a name. So much more than just a name. The same goes with what people call a champion, a hero. People calls a champion or a hero? The pointy ears. The pointed ears on Vespa's head on each side. I don't know. That's a weird way of phrasing that. On each side of Vespa's head, perked up. That's an E. And day 19, here we come. At the mentioning of the word hero, the mentioning of the word hero. Oh. It's about friendship. I feel like it's also a little bit of a callback to the beginning of the book, the prologue. So it's a good thing to mention it here. It's about... Sorry, I should probably stop eating before we begin. It's about standing up for what you know is right. What you know is right. It's about defending. It's about defending your those you love. Those you love. And those who cannot defend themselves. Defend themselves. Even if you don't want to. Even if you don't want to. Even if you're afraid, even if you are afraid yourself, just as much as they are. That's an F. Everyone can see that's an F. Just as much as they are. It's about so I quite like the speech I'm giving here, but I do also think it's going to need some editing because I might be on the verge of rambling, I'm afraid. It's about not letting that fear get to you. And be bold in spite of it, because of it. That sounds good. And be bold in spite. Because of it. When you do what's right for the right reasons and the right people, even though no one is with you, it's about it's about standing up for evil, up to evil, not for evil. Even if you're the only one, it's about standing up for good. No, standing up to evil. even if you're the only one to do it. Because if every car will say be a cool, because if because if no one, because if everyone gave into the fear, gave into their fears, then no one everyone gave into the fears. Evil will be, good will be vanquished. Good would never see good will fall forever. And a warrior a true warrior a champion, a hero, a true warrior, a champion, a hero. Will never let good fall to evil. And a name does not act. Maybe just a name will not act. A name does not act. a warrior does. Boom. What a... Wow, what a speech. What a speech that most likely definitely need some editing. Edit? I don't know. For a first draft, I thought that was a pretty cool speech. Let me just finish my pizza. So that's our transition into getting Vesper to act, right? And then maybe we could have her I don't know, we want her to slowly transition over the course of the rest of the book, basically, to do something herself, right? And also, I don't know if we should say anything about the ascendance theory. Not theory, ceremony. Vesper had to think about the words from the spirit in the hammer. Spirit in the warhammer. In fact, she was so enthralled. In fact, she was so enthralled by them that she was just staring. She was just staring. At nothing in the catacombs. Catacombs. Mouth open. Mouth and eyes. Mouth and eyes. Copper eyes. Copper. Eyes wide open. No. Open. While holding on to the handle, holding on to the handle. It took a minute before it took a little while. It took a little while for her to say anything again. And she didn't even pay attention to the words flowing through her head. Pay attention to the words flowing through her head. So yeah, I wanted to have like I wanted to be a little bit of a funny-ish moment, right? Where like we come into one of those directly into a sentence, but what should Reina here say? I'm not so sure. I don't quite know. It would be quite funny if he had opened up about something, important. Something about the Battle of the Light. Actually, we could move it back to the prologue. Yeah, let's do that. Dot. And when, because they were talking about being afraid, and when we were standing. We're standing there atop this dead valley. Looking, I don't know if that should be a comment there, probably not. Looking down. On the I have an idea. Vespa almost shouted. Still not paying attention. attention to what Renee was saying. Still not paying attention to what Renee was saying. So yeah, this is also like a change in, in her abilities. Because when she began her conversation with Renee in her head, like when she held the hammer for the first time on purpose, like she almost couldn't be inside her own head when he was talking, right? That's what we mentioned. And then now it's like, oh, she doesn't even pay attention to him. So we have a progress in abilities. I think that's kind of cool, actually. If I should say so myself. And of course I should. She also woke up a rather disheveled, that's not the word, is it? I don't even know what it means. Disheveled, is it a word? Okay. It wasn't totally out of what I thought it was, but it's also not exactly what I wanted. Disgruntled, I guess. Disgruntled. Yeah. Disgruntled. Disgrunt. Who also let her know what he thought. So yeah, we're ending the chapter like now almost. So that's cool. Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking ahead. to the next chapter, and and even to the ending. How I want to tie things up, tie them together. The gauntlet is still in my room. No, that's an N. The gauntlet is still in my room. She said. And let go of the Warhammer. The Warhammer's handle. The Warhammer's handle. Warhammer. Warhammer. The Warhammer's handle. Getting up so fast. Getting up so fast. That she didn't even notice. She didn't even notice. Lemons. Angry bites. Do we have another word for angry? Annoyed. Annoyed is probably actually better. Annoyed bites. But he also had to focus on not falling off from her head. To focus on not falling off from Vespa's head. Funny that lemons and Vespas are like 2 lines below each other, like, and they're both apostrophe S. I don't remember what that's called. Or not. As she sprinted towards the rope back up. She almost didn't have time to secure her lantern. She almost didn't have time to secure her lantern on her belt. Before zooming. Climbing up to the dungeon. To the dungeons. And then there's gonna be like a line of like in the dark catacombs. The Warhammer was left humming until it stopped. It's a little bit sad. In the dark catacombs, the Warhammer the large Warhammer was left humming until it stopped. Yeah, that's pretty good. I know, it's alright at least. So that meant that we are going for chapter number 8. So see if we can write place it more in the middle this time. I don't actually think we did. Very well done. It should have been like right here if we were in the, we would have been in the middle. Damn it. Okay, so next chapter, chapter 8. What is that? That's going to be crossing the first threshold, which, if you don't know, in the hero's journey, crossing the first threshold is when the hero commits wholeheartedly to the adventure. And yes, here I want to introduce, I don't know why I haven't filled this out. Oh, that's because it happens down here. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to introduce in this run, because the story goes. Yes, we can select this and then go yoink and yoink. We want to have a medium to high tension chapter where there's going to be the first attempt at Vesper's life. So right now Vesper Lemon has mostly recovered, but we know that. Vesper is bringing the Son of the Evening his gauntlet, and he is of course angry because he had to wear a replacement for days. Maybe he'll throw away a line that says like, if it weren't for your older sister, I would have come and got it myself. Something. It's actually pretty good. Lamp shading. Vesper tries to be sneaky and confront the Son of the Evening about what she heard in the dungeons, and then asks him if he's going out to find more drowners. So he's going to be preparing to go on his daily trip to the Dragon Pyres to see if they are all right. Also, no, never mind. Yeah, the Son of the Evening throws his replacement gauntlet after Vesper, and then as she picks it up, she is attempted killed as someone gallops a horse right at her. Lemon flies up and scares the horse, and the rider evades and rides away. I guess we could make something about the horse. So Squire Ronin is going to help along with Vesper's conviction. It's a subplot. Yeah, I guess this is mostly going to be a chapter that is, you know, that is action. That's not actually going to be a lot. It's not actually going to be a lot like exposition going on. I was just thinking like it could be something along the lines of the squire saying the brown horse is ready for you, and because his Son of Evening is of course going to ride out, right? And then Son of Evening complains at that, and then Vesper is going to be almost ridden down by a brown horse. Maybe someone with the same cloak as she saw going down into the dungeons all the way back in chapter chapter this one. Chapter this one? Chapter 3. Yeah. Okay, so oops, that was the wrong one. Yes, so something like that. It might have been evening. The sons, the twin sons, might have begun to set might have begun to set sorry about that. As the Vespa ran back down to the courtyard with the ornamented gauntlet of Sire Brendan. But her eyes still hadn't gotten used to the brightness of the warm light of their warm light after. That was page 88. Oh yeah. So we go to page 89. After spending so much time, this is a long sentence. After spending so much time down in the catacombs. After spending so much time down in the catacombs. But it didn't matter. Because she had to reach. She had to reach the son of the evening. The son of the evening. Before he went on his daily patrol daily patrol. Patrol to daily patrol to the Dragon Pyres. Inspection instead of patrol, maybe. Inspection. Lemon was laying down. Lemon was laying almost flat. Almost flat on her head. On Vesper's head, hanging on for his dear life. Vesper's head hanging on for his dear life. You just imagine this little bird just hang on. 88, let's go, says Sarah Noble. Yes, let's fucking go. And we are a little bit below our pace, like in half an hour below our usual pace, but I can still feel the wonderful Christmas party in my bones from this weekend. So it is what it is. We have like, I think I have like 1.5 hour, no, not 1.5 page left until I call it a day. But that doesn't mean that we can't get some cool stuff down on paper. Now, how do we want it to go with the villain actually tricking Vesper into thinking that it's Sire Brendan, it's the son of the evening, who's trying to gallop her down, ride her down. I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense if it was, how would you say it? If it was So the son of the evening would be yelling at Vespa for not bringing him his gauntlet, his ornamented gauntlet. And then his squire, Ronin, comes over saying they can't find your regular horse, they have a brown one ready or something. And he, okay, that might actually work. And then he goes on like, oh, you have to do everything yourself. Why is my regular thunder horse, I don't know what name, not ready? Ronin says something that spurs Vespa's conviction on. And Vespa notices the gauntlet, because I wanted to pick up the gauntlet and I wanted to have that and wear that for the rest of the story. And then as she's admiring it and thinking about if it's hers, maybe in anger, the son of the evening say, you can have it for all I care, stupid doll. So we got this little bit of a master has given Dobby a sock moment. I that could be kind of funny. And then while she's admiring it, the brown horse attempts to trample her, right? So we would have this. Again, she doesn't actually see what horse Sire Brendan uses. So she just assumes that it's him. That could kind of work, couldn't it? Actually, and maybe something I have thought about as we go here. The introduction here, we could introduce a the courtyard well, because I think I have this idea of the way Vespa is gonna get down into the dungeons towards the climax is that she would be pushed down this well, and then that leads down this unused well, this unused, you know, because the water's dead. Not just there's no life in the water, but it's actually dead. So that'll have some significance later. Yeah. Sire Brendan. And I guess I should try to. I don't want it to be. Oh, you can see it. Whoops! Damn it! Second time today. How do you say? You should. I should. Like I was about to say, I don't think this is going to be a long chapter, but every time I've said that, I've written 30 pages basically for one chapter. So we'll see. Oops. No, Smudge City. It's Smudge City. Damn it. Sire Brendan. was pacing back and forth. Next to the well. Well, in the courtyard. The well hadn't actually been used. Had never actually been used for water. For as long as Vespa could remember. Given the dead state of the black water, the paladins instead So the paladins instead. What do they do instead? Instead got dead black water. Got large barrels delivered from Riverford. From Riverford. This should probably be mentioned way earlier. Way sooner. I mean, it's not really that I guess important for the story, for this particular story at least. But it is just like a world building thing. But it served as nice and easy. It served as an easy meeting point. When going outside the keep, outside the keep. Mm-hmm. Something about Vespa being nervous. She doesn't want to talk to him because he's already angry. The sun of the evening already looked angry. Of the evening already looked angry. So Vespa making Vespa suddenly stop. Vespa suddenly stop. Suddenly stop. Suddenly stop and look around for other people, just in case. Suddenly stop and look around for other people. Look around for other people. Look around for other people. Suddenly stop and look around for other people. In case he decided to make use now to enact his promises. That doesn't sound right. Enact. No. Put into practice. Implement. To carry out. I think that might be the word I'm looking for. To carry out some of his promises. Some of the promises he had made earlier. Days before. That of course depends on the time frame. Question mark. Except she could see no one. She could see no one. So a little bit of a, how would one say that? I'm like trying to say here that they're alone, basically, right? So no one. When we write that Vespa is going to be almost trampled by the horse, then there's no one around to see that, basically. Yeah. I guess it would also be she couldn't see anyone, and maybe not accept. Not actually sure what that word is doing there. Question mark. Okay. So you see no one, comma, making her heart sink, making her heart sink. And the sunny evening seem less sunny. No, that's stupid. That doesn't make much sense. Seeing him already is angry. Made Vespa just want to turn around Oh, sorry, I'm so tired. I only slept for like 10 hours, 11 hours last night, so you can see why I'm so tired still. And run back to her room. And run back to her room. but she remembered what Rena is. Rena is had said about warriors and heroes. Warriors. And heroes. So does she? Oh my god, why am I so tired now? Does she invoke Vesper of the Rigorous Oath here? Is the question. I don't actually know. Does she? It said about warriors and heroes that they cannot let fear overcome them. Name doesn't act, the warrior does. She couldn't let fear get to her. She couldn't let fear get to her. Not when she was the only one. She was the only one who knew what she did. Yes. Only one who knew what she did. Vesper took a deep breath. Vesper took a deep breath. began slowly walking to the champion. The champion still pacing by the well. Champion still pacing by the well. The clanking of his ornamented armor getting a little louder with each step she took. A little louder with each step she took. And then as she got closer to him, I don't know why, but I kind of want his cloak, the blue hooded cloak that Vespa is very sure that she saw going down into the dungeon. I want that to be a little bit of a focus now, so like he stopped because he got caught in the well or something really dumb. She got closer. Sire Brendan had stopped. And was instead pulling on his blue hooded cloak. Which seemed to have gotten stuck in something. In something. On the well. On the round stone well. On the round stone well. Well, 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 he said. No, he didn't. The stones had the same blackish color as the lower stones in the wall. Stones in Black River's keep. Black River's keeps walls. There's a lot of S's. Lower stones in Black River's keeps walls. A color which was on its way to the old wooden wooden roof above it. Would a well have a roof? I don't know. Would a well have a roof? Like, why? Why would they have a roof? Old stone well. I mean, some of them do, apparently. This one has a roof on it. I guess it makes sense if you were like had to use it during the rain so you wouldn't get wet, but but no, not a roof, I think. Which also held the bucket that had been unused for years, that had gone unused for years. So many years. So many years. First that let me just check something actually. No, that one. Bum 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 bum. Teachings of the 5 pillars, sayings. No, that. And then we go like this. And then we go back and then go there so you can see it as well. For the sake of Haven. Yeah, we could use some of those. Oh, for the sake of Haven. Sire Brendan. Sire Brendan loudly exclaimed. As Vesper approached. First that pillarless that stupid boy let's go with pillarless just because that pillarless boy is late without any warning. And now this. He gave the cloak He gave the cloak a pull with all of his might. Of his angry might. Resulting in an even louder, resulting in an even louder sound of felt. Of course, we need to make sure that this is the right material. Being ripped apart. Oh, travel to Tihela. Tihela. Oops, you goddamn cloak. Without saying goddamn. You terrible piece of cloth. Hey, look at how close we are to finishing page 89. Oh yeah. You... You fucking fucking cloak. Phoenix Storm, welcome to the stream and the chat. You got this. Well, thank you. I hope so too. I think it's going well. I hope you're doing well as well. Let's just go with stupid. Stupid piece of... And then Vespa interrupts him. Excuse me, sire. Excuse me, sire. Question mark. Vespa might be nervous. Might have been nervous. But she also couldn't help but feel that she also couldn't help but feel a little satisfied that he ripped the cloak. Phoenix Storm says, I've just been lurking, working on my own novel. YouTube's gods have blessed me with your stream. Oh, dude, that's so sweet of you. Ah, I don't quite know how to say to that. Thank you. what have you been writing? Are you doing part of the NaNoWriMo as well, or are you just doing it writing for fun? Which of course I am too. But yeah, it's good to know that you've been lurking. It means a lot, honestly. And the fact that you want to chat a little bit, it's just beautiful. That he ripped the cloak. She was sure to have seen deep down below the catacombs. No, below the dungeons. The dungeons. Oh, my nose is itchy. Yeah. Why are you doing that? Sire Brendan. Immediately. Oops. Smudge City! Immediately stopped. His tirade. Is that a word? Tirade? It is. Yes. And replaced it with a look of confusion. Replaced it with a look of confusion. A look of confusion. As he couldn't immediately see. Who spoke to him? Phoenix Storm says, I've been working on my novel for a while, years. It started as a nano project, but it shifted so much as I evolved the story that it has taken a lot longer than expected. It's kind of cool, isn't it, though? I know that it takes a long time and you can really get stuck in your own head about something like this, but isn't it kind of cool thinking about, like, you've had so many good ideas that it's just expanded in scope? I like, you know what I mean? There's always a balance to be had, right? But when I started this project for NaNoWriMo, I thought, oh no, what if I cannot make 50,000 words? And now that we are 89 handwritten pages in, and we've done, well, over 30,000, I'm like, oh no, what if the book turns out to be more than 70,000 words? Like, oh shit. It's amazing. It's the best rush. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But is it going well with it, you think? I hope so. But I just wanted to hear a little bit about your project. And what is it about? This is a P and not an R. He had to shift a bit to the side. Shift a bit to the side. to the side. To see Vespa. On the other side. Well, there's two sides here. Side, side. Let's see if we can change that in post. On the other side of the old well. I'm a bit over 44,000 now, and it has so much more to go. Nice. Nice. That's awesome to hear. But yeah, what's it about? Is it a fantasy story as well, like I'm writing, or is it a totally different thing? Of the old well. Oh. It's you, little doll. He said, just as annoyed as ever. Just as annoyed. Ever. And Lemon is here too. It's here too. Vespa tried not to show how much it bothered her. Vespa tried not to show. Not to show how much. How much it bothered. Hey, will you look at that? We have written 89 pages, and that means we're moving on to page number 90. Oh my goodness. 90. That means we are 10 pages, 2 days maybe, away from page number 100. That's wild. And not only is it wild, I'm pretty sure page 100 is going to be in another book, because 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. There's two here, isn't there? 94, 95. 95. Damn. That's wild. That's wild. I should bother her to be called that. To be called that. It wasn't what she was here for. What she was here for. Who Who in the broken pillars? Who in I don't even know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Who in the broken pillars? Who in the broken pillars cares if you have a lemon? Cares if you have a lemon? He said. Phoenix Storm says it's a bit complicated because it doesn't fit into just a single genre. I've inspired to write a world different from our own, but it isn't quite a fantasy world. It holds tons of different elements. Nice. I like it. That's very, very cool. Is it sort of like... Okay, no, you said it's a world different from our own. Yeah, okay. So it's not like an isekai story where... a character goes to another world from our world. It's a start to have a few different series that I got planned out. Nice. Yes, that's cool. I love that. I love that others are doing. Of course, others are doing it as well. But it's just nice to have like. So this is my first book ever, and it's my first book, not just short story collection that I hadn't even finished. But like I want this to be a trilogy, and then I have ideas for another trilogy, and even a totally different book as well in the same universe, right? And I have no idea when I'm gonna write about those. But it's just really nice to. I don't know, it's nice to know that you have something on the horizon as well. Like when you feel like your own world, your own universe is big enough that you want to tell different stories, right? In it. It's a very nice feeling. Yeah. So that's very cool. I like to hear that. Saying this is my first two. We sound a lot like. Yeah. Sweet. It's just so nice to hear. It's just so nice to hear that people are finding this channel and we can sort of talk about this and inspire each other to write. That's I love that. Thank you for dropping by, definitely. And I hope you will keep having fun here. He said already absent-mindedly. When a story is over, it doesn't mean it is the end. No, exactly. Exactly. But like, I can totally... I think there's something so cool about having one universe where you tell a story in and you can expand that universe, you know? Very much what Warcraft is doing. Warcraft is my universe. In the sense that it is the universe that I probably love the most. But then of course there's also other fantasy writers who have many different worlds, right? and just to think about having to come up with a new world and a new magic system and a new society every time, it's that's quite the accomplishment. But I am very, very happy to just sit in my own little world, almost literally. While assessing the damage to his he inflicted on his cloak. The damage he afflicted on his cloak. On his blue hooded cloak. Oh, this shouldn't be a... This should just be a lowercase l. There, fixed it. No. Lemon is his name. Vesper said. And pointed to the ready to fight looking bird, looking yellow bird on her head. Okay, my break time is over, says Phoenix. I gotta go back to writing, but I'll be here lurking. Sounds good, Phoenix. And you are definitely most welcome whenever you feel like it. Now go, get those words down. Make the greatest book of all time. And when you do, be sure to report back that you've made the greatest book of all time. Just like any other here who's also writing. Oh. It didn't seem to help on Sire Brendan's confusion. That Vesper had a little bird. had a bird on her head. Bird on her head. Why do you... Actually, never mind, he stopped himself. Never mind. He stopped himself. Phoenix says, okay, we'll do, but you gotta do the same. I'm excited to be part of your community here. Oh, thank you so much. And I promise that. I promise that. As long as you'll be part of the community, then I'll promise to write the best book of all time. Alongside of you guys. Now go get your break. No, back, not get your break. Go back to writing. Do it now. What do you want? Can't you see that I'm about to write out for my Dragon Pyre inspection. Dragon Pyre's inspection. I'm leaving as soon as my slower than what's he slower than slower than I guess we can just go pillarless, but I kind of want to have a fun tirade here. My pillarless squire. Funnier, please. Funnier. Funnier, please. My pillarless squire gets here with my horse. This but hate it. talking to Side Brendan when he was in this mood. In this mood. And he seemed to always be that. Seemed to always be that. Always be that. These days. I brought you this. I brought you this. The nervousness had returned. The nervousness had taken over her voice. Nervousness had taken over her voice. As she presented what did she present? She presented the gauntlet. That the son of the evening had thrown in front of her last time. In front of her. The last time he was this angry. He was this angry. What? I don't have time for this right. That's an E. I don't have time for this right now. Brendan was almost shocked. Was almost shocked. When he saw the little girl. Saw the little girl. Hold up his ornamented ornamented gauntlet. Which matched almost his entire, almost the rest of his equipped armor. Armored. And this is a weird phrasing, I feel like. Phrasing. That's not how you spell phrasing. Phrasing. Almost the rest of his equipped armor. He looked at his left hand. Which wore a plain steel. Was plate armor steel? Was plate armor steel or iron? It was made of steel. Bronze, iron, and steel plates. That really stood out from the rest. Really stood out from the rest. Finally! Just looking at the plate armor. Yeah, the gauntlets really didn't they of course didn't really cover the fingers. Throwing down the gauntlet. It's probably something I should keep in mind as we write the story. But we are very, very, very close to two lines away. And then we've written 5 pages tonight, which is great. And then I'm probably looking to stop for today. Finally. The paladin exclaimed louder than before. Louder than his tirade before. Why has it taken you so long to bring this to me, to bring this to me? Sire, a fire. Told me that you were up and running. Up and running. Running again days ago. Did you not think I would need this? I would need this doll. Oh, he angry. He angry, he mad again. Vespa swallowed a lump that quickly had gathered in her throat. Quickly had gathered in her almost as soon as Sir Brendan had started talking. She hadn't actually had time. She hadn't actually had time to think about. To think about what she had wanted to say Has she had been so enamored. Isn't that how you spell that? Enamored. Yeah. I don't even know if that's the right word. Filled with love. Right word. I mean, it does say, Google does say that it has also a liking or admiration for, which makes sense. More sense than being in love with the words that Raina had said in Catacombs. With Rena's word. Now she forced the pressing tears back. Pressing tears back. Before she spoke. I'm sorry. Whisper stammered. Stammered a bit. I was going to deliver them back to you, but spare me your excuses, doll. Spare me your excuses, doll. Sire Brendan harshly said, while unequipping his replacement gauntlet. Though she really didn't like him, didn't like what he said, Vespa was also kinda relieved when he interrupted her. Interrupted her. We're going to stop there. Boom, for today. That, well, last part there went really well. Okay, let's have a quick count of pages. Should be like a little over 5 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Masters of Counting. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. That is 5 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 pages and 12 lines. So we go here, we take the formula there, we say 5 pages and 12 lines. Boom, baby! And that is 1,936 words today. Which means we have rounded 22, 23, 20, 30, 32, 32,000 words. 32,654. Let's go! Very well done, me. So we go into... Oh, whoops. You're not supposed to... There we go. Now we can change it up. And now you guys will see everything as well. Actually, let's go... Sarah Novel says, awesome. Phoenix Storm says, yay, nice job. Thank you, guys. That means a lot. And we go in here. Yes. And we say day 17 progress. Day 17 progress. And day 17 progress is 32,654 words. Let's go. And we go to our duel. And the new bar height, bar position should be... Yeah, we remove the duel because we want to see where the bar goes. The bar goes to pixel number 427 down. Let's go. And the duel then goes to that one. Oh, we are below 400 pixels for the duel. Let's freaking go. All right. That was today, the 17th of November, the 17th day of NaNoWriMo 2025, NaNo 2.0. I hope you guys liked this stream. If you did, please do show so on YouTube. That would mean a lot. And if you want to keep showing your support, subscription would be nice. I would very much love that if you haven't already. If you have, then you have my eternal thank you. As I'm pretty sure it says in one of these banner thingies that I made. Right. That's it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I hope to see you tomorrow for the 18th of November. Same place, same time. 5 p.m. CET is when I'll start. And let's have another great day. I hopefully won't be as tired tomorrow as I was today. Yeah. Anyway, remember that we write our own stories. and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!